Hello. Hi, friends. Hi. Okay, guys, I'm excited to hop into some games, but we reached a level 2 hype train. Also, my Mo, thank you for the roses over on TikTok. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? Girl, thank you. Thank you, my Mo. Guys, oh my God. Okay, guys, I also kind of figured out the problem. Because I know before in the past, I was struggling with my bit rate to like to stay like I was struggling with my bit rate and I was trying to figure out why. So I was like Google searching and watching videos, and now it's in the green. So we're good. We're good. I'm happy. Um, but yeah, thank you guys for getting us to a level 2 hype train. Let's see who the gifted subs went to. It went to my stiletto, aka Carla Stello. Ace got one, Renato Crossing got one. Aphrodite got one, and Charity got one. Ooh, okay. W gifted subs to Mo. So if you guys also and um hello. Uh the gifted subs also went to Lemur and my level 7 Doduo. Oh my god. So basically Twitch said, "Here you go, besties." Oh my god, y'all. And we reached a level 2 hype train. Thank you guys so much for contributing. Uh and if you guys got gifted, thank Mo, because Mo started us off strong. And yeah, thank you so much. And also, thank you guys just for being here. I appreciate that. Hi, my elixir. Hi, bestie. Did you see where you get the free sub when you get 5 right now? Yes. Yes. I don't know if it's just like like a long thing where um I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's like for like as long as I'm dual streaming. Um I don't know if it's for as long as I'm dual streaming, but I think for as long as I'm dual streaming, that sponsorship will forever stay there, but I'm not 100% sure how that works or how long it's going to be there. So I can't tell you guys if there's like going to be a specific time frame for that. So, uh, but if you guys do want to know, like Mo said, I am sponsored by Twitch for the dual formatting. Um uh for the dual formatting. So you get so basically Twitch is giving me like free subs on top of like 5 gifted subs. So no pressure to like gift anything. I absolutely like appreciate you guys so much just for being here and supporting me. Also Lemur, you get to use all my tier 1 emotes, by the way. Um and I know a lot of people are here just to like support me regardless of being subbed or not. So I do appreciate you guys um for being here and supporting me in my endeavors. I do appreciate that. I do have my coffee with me. Also I saw that Elixir asked me how I'm doing. I don't want him to wait cuz he's going to say that I hate him. So I'm doing good. I guys, okay. I don't know if it's just a me thing. I'm like a certified night owl these days. Um and I stayed up until like 3:30 this morning And then by the time I woke up, it was already by the time I woke up, it was already almost 2 p.m. for me. Like, what the heck? Y'all, I slept for 10 hours today. And I felt so good. I felt very good about myself. And I felt really good. And because these last few days, and like I've been like a major insomniac too. So like these last few days, my sleep schedule has been like so messed up and everything like that. So like today just felt really good. Also, guys, I don't know if Raven's here yet, but y'all, I've been helping Raven with his shit. Um as well, because I know he's like a very small streamer. Guys, I got okay, so uh I'm hoping Raven's not here. Fingers crossed that he's not here. Okay. Um if, if I swear. Well, actually, he'll make his presence known, actually. But guys, okay. So, guys, Raven doesn't know. Um, but I don't remember if I told Raven, but um y'all, I'm commissioning Raven several emotes. Um I for his Twitch cuz he's affiliate now. So if you guys want to support Raven, Raven is affiliate. Um, and he's such a very small streamer, and so I want you guys to support him too. He's got several emotes already that I purchased from Etsy, and I was helping him set up everything. And he actually got his PC, his mini PC today. And then I did commission one of my close friends to surprise him with a few more emotes. And I'm very excited, guys. So I commissioned my friend to uh get him some more emotes, guys. So um yeah, so if you guys want to go support Raven, I and Raven also um Raven also just um changed their username. So if you guys do want to go support Raven, uh Raven's link is right there. Also, this is who I commissioned, guys. Oops, I can't type. Oops. And then this is who I commissioned for some of Raven's emotes. Um, so if you guys want to go check out Nyx mainly, Nyx is a non-binary streamer, and they play a lot of like simulation games. So like if you guys are like huge night owls and like into that stuff, like feel free to like go show them some support as well. I definitely recommend commissioning them for emotes and stuff. So if you guys do need emotes, I do recommend Nyx as well. Nyx is an amazing content creator who is also starting out their journey. So these are two people that I do suggest supporting as well. Nyx also just recently reached affiliate too. So if you guys want to go support them, I highly recommend them as well. They are a small content creator, so if you guys do want to support some smaller streamers, I do recommend these gamers out and check them out. Um, I do appreciate them a lot. So I just I just want to show love to a lot of people. But yeah, I I hope everyone's doing good today. Um Also, guys, just a reminder that's um starting next week. I'm only going to be doing one stream next week just because I will be on hiatus uh for a couple months, at least on Twitch. At least on Twitch, I'll be on hiatus. But I will be on TikTok and growing on that platform. So I'll be streaming on there for um I'll be streaming on there for like a couple of I'll be streaming on there a couple of times a week. Or like every other week or like whenever I can. But I do want you guys to know that I love you guys and appreciate you guys here. Also, um, I know next month Tater, it's Tater. If you guys don't know who It's Tater is, he is hosting a tournament next month. So I might do one stream next month just for his tournament, but like at least here on Twitch anyway. I might do one stream on here next month, but um I'm not 100% sure. So I will let you guys know in advance if I will be streaming on Twitch, but if not, I'll most likely stream on TikTok. Um, and you guys can support me regardless. Um, yeah, how was everyone's day? How was everyone's day today? I missed you guys. I'm gonna definitely miss y'all for sure if I when I go on break. But I hope you guys are doing good. Um, also thank you to Mo for liking the live on TikTok and for um oh not okay, first of all, Daisy girl, please, girl, y'all, Daisy's over here attacking me on TikTok. Lola okay, no, okay, guys, first of all, Daisy is attacking me on TikTok. Mods, can we ban Daisy on TikTok? Because Daisy is attacking me. I don't like that. Daisy is attacking me. Daisy, uh, it's okay. She hates me. Now, Mo. Okay, y'all, Mo is spreading lies on. Okay. Mo is spreading lies on TikTok. That's crazy. That's crazy work. That's crazy. Mo is spreading lies about me on TikTok and condoning Daisy's behavior. That is crazy. Y'all both are attacking me on TikTok is wild. I'm over here just living my best life and I'm getting attacked by my own mod and one of my VIPs. So y'all are here just to act up today. I see how it is. I see how it is. Y'all are attacking me, but it's okay cuz I still love y'all. Um let's see. Hold on. Also, okay, okay. Um Why is it not showing my Twitch chat? Hello? Hold on, guys. I have to fix my okay, there you go. I have to fix my finger hurts. Oh, not your finger hurts, girl. Okay, hold on. I need to open like my dashboard um for my multi-chat and then I need to fix it to where it shows on my overlay. Um okay. I think I think that'll work. Okay. But yeah, guys, I do appreciate you guys a lot for being here and supporting me. I do appreciate it. And wait, I need to fix my chat overlay. Hold on. My chat overlay is being goofy. But yeah, we are going to oh, also, I don't know if my TikTok live is broken. Oh wait, never mind. never mind. Lola ditched me. She didn't play Phasmo. Daisy, I explained to you why I couldn't play Phasmo with you. I was hosting movie night yesterday, and you decided you wanted to do it last minute, and you're like, and then you try to force my hand into playing with you, okay? And I was like, as I'm about to host movie night. Mo doing both. I know that's right. Yes, I know a lot of my mods are doing the Lord's work today. But yeah, let's transition into the game. Because I will have to carry you. Well, no, that's a lie because, okay, y'all, Daisy is over here lying on TikTok and saying that she carries me on Phasmo, which is an absolute lie. The last time I played with her, she had the audacity to be like, oh my gosh, guys, Lola, and then she didn't know what a spirit box was. She was like, oh my god, like, what is this? Like, how do I use it? And I'm like, you use this to talk to the ghost, but you don't have a freaking mic. This was before she found out before she knew how to figure out how her mic works on PlayStation. And she was like, I don't know how this works. And I was like, this is what you had to do. And then she had the audacity to tell me, like, yeah, let me cling to you. And I told her to get out because the ghost was hunting and I had to die for her a few times. And then I was like, no, girl. I'm like, you're finna die. Like, and I'm like, you need to get out. Like, get out, girl. And then she kept asking me why. I'm like, girl, if you don't get out. And then, like, my other friend had to carry her because she was too scared. And she was like, I don't know what to do, guys. Help me. LMAO lies. It's not lies because you laughing, girl. You know it's true. You know it's true. You know it's true because I'm spreading the truth. That's all that matters. You know that I'm spreading the truth and that's all that matters, girl. So don't say that I'm spreading lies about you and I'm not. R.I.P. Not that. BRB ordering food. Ooh, what are you ordering, Mo? I'm literally starving. I could eat a house. Also, guys, new chapter is releasing tomorrow. I'm so excited for the judgment and everything. Also, I might, okay, I say this every single time. I actually might do it. I might play some killer tonight, but we'll see how I feel because I get anxiety having to, like, play killer in front of y'all. And I always feel embarrassed about playing killer because I feel like that I suck. So I'm like, I don't want to have to, like, bring, I'm like, I don't want to have to, like, play killer and, like, lock the heck in. So yeah, I'm, like, really nervous if I get really nervous if I have to play killer. Mo left me on TikTok by myself. Girl, Mo said that she had to go get food. Time to raise chaos. Girl, please. Daisy, thank you. A nurse on this map? I'm gonna cleanse the totem because I don't remember. Daisy, thank you for the roses. I appreciate that. I only have my Switch at work, and that's hard as fuck. Oh, no, it's okay, my Mo. Oh, she might have pain rest, so I'm gonna get off real quick. Yep, yo, am I literally a guesser, y'all? She literally had pain res. Oh, so you don't want to play with me anyways. Got it. No, I do, my Mo, but you said that it might be hard for you, so I'm like, no worries, girl, if you don't want to play. Also, Mo, what did you order to eat, girl? Also, can I get an exclamation point in Jen? By the way. Not Michaela, like, hiding in the locker. Exclamation point Jen. Sorry. Exclamation point Jen. You got pizza? Oh my god. Pizza sounds good. She's got that hat on, oh my god! Oh fuck. My bad, besties. Hold on. Let me take her over here. Okay. Look at me go! Okay, oh my god. There's Miss Nurse. Okay, 3-gen chase. Okay, let me go see. Oh shit. Yeah, I need y'all to do the last 2 gems, actually. Oh, what? Oh, fuck. I'm not gonna get you, bestie, actually. How many blinks do you have, bestie? Okay, W breakdown on his part. Okay. Y'all, can y'all believe I did a 4-gen chase, though? Y'all, I can't believe that. That's shocking. Oh, look at the juice. Yeah, today's gonna be a good day. I love when you get on and you just know, yeah, today's gonna be the day. Ooh, nice. She's got some good blinks, actually. That's really good. Good job, girl. Good job. You're doing so good. I love looping. I love looping a nurse, guys. Looping a nurse is so fun. Okay, I'm here. Welcome back, Morgan. I like how Daisy is just, like, being dramatic, actually. Come here, bestie. Okay, well, Kate, I don't know what you're doing, Mom, but... No, I don't... Okay. Damn. I'll give her the Mori. There is a way for you to change it on TikTok. Oh. Can I get exclamation point back shots on the purple app? Can I get exclamation point back shots on the purple app? I was complimenting her and stuff too. I'm like, Mama, like, you were doing so good, but that was unnecessary. I'm like, girl. Yeah, she had heavy painting and, okay, yeah, she had Jenners. That's actually a pretty solid nurse build, though. But yeah, there's a way for you to change your username and stuff, Mimo, on TikTok. Let me, like, look on my phone. Let me look on my phone, actually, on how to do it. Oh, okay, so if you go to your, like, profile, Mimo, if you go to my profile, not my specific profile, but if you go to your profile, there should be a little pencil on the top left corner, and then it'll, like, basically let you, change your, like, username and fix. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually wild that this nurse gave me back shots. But I'm like, okay, girl, like, I was complimenting you, but it's okay. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I have 8 of these left. I don't want to use the rest of them up, though. I'll just use this. Actually, I have more on, Tori. So I'll just use a few more.
Where am I?
Where am I? I love her. I love Tori. Tori is such a baddie. Wait, this might be the same Kate from last game. Hello? Okay, girl. Okay. Okay, Kate. Okay, I'm just saying good luck, have fun, just in case. Just in case they say it back. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. Oh, that's an interesting name. I'll just call you Small. I'll call you Small. Welcome in. Good luck, have fun. I'll just call you Small, because I'm not gonna, say your name out loud, but good luck, have fun. I'm running a PAP. Oh, okay. Okay. No worries. I don't know what that means, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Leaving stream now? Okay, no worries. Also, I don't know why my clip command's not working, Daisy, but I'll have to figure it out why it's not. Nightbot is sending me? Wait, what did Nightbot say? What did Nightbot say? Also, yeah, I don't know. Oh, my clip command is clip creation failed. Clip creation failed. Okay, Mo, can you put in the reminder chat to fix my clip command, actually? Because it's saying clip creation is failed, but I don't know why it's... I don't, can you put in the reminder chat? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I think it's a stealth killer. I don't have any sort of radius. It's a booba. It's a booba. Guys, it's a booba. Okay, I'm running into things. Guys, it's a booba. Oh, stop! I'm dead! No! I'm a flop! Stop it! Stop! Excuse me? Girl! Can I get an exclamation point backshots, please? Girl! Stop! I love him! Oh! No! So cute! I love it. Guys, I love this Bubba. Okay, small and cute. Okay. Okay, girl. Okay, back to... Oh. Do y'all wanna... Do one of y'all wanna come get me on hook? Do one of y'all wanna come get me on hook, please? Okay, well, I guess I'll stay on hook then. Oh, thank you, girl. Are we tunneling? No, no tunnels. Okay, cool. Exclamation point flop. Oh, camel? I love this Bubba. Your pizza's on the way. Ooh, what kind of pizza? I want pizza right now, too. Actually. No, actually, I want Taco Bell. No, I want chicken nuggets. I don't know what I want right now, actually. Oh. It's like he senses. Stop. I love you. Stop. Please. You're paying, sir? Stop. You're so cute. Not the basement. I get basement treatment, and you don't even put me on the VIP hook? Girl. Excuse me? I would have expected you to put me on the basement hook. Or the VIP hook. Okay. So Gerald has no hooks. Okay. I'm getting out of here, bestie. I mean, for it to be better at night. I'm really scared. This... Okay, he better leave me alive, though. Come on. Ooh. No. Oh, leave me alone. Oh, well, y'all are here, but... Okay, Mo. Sorry, Betsy. I literally have healing perks, but I haven't really made use of them, so... Can I get an exclamation point blow? Oh my god. What about one? Oh, well... No. Stop! Okay, let me heal you, Gerald! Gerald! Heal me, please. Girl, thank you. R.I.P. Jane. R.I.P. Jane. So is he doing a challenge of using no chainsaw? Like, he's limiting his chainsaw usage, which is very odd. But, like, I kind of get it, though. I get it, but, like, I don't. I'm nervous. What if he has no wed? Did we 3-gen ourselves? Be honest. I think we... Okay, we got 2 gens over here, but I don't know where the 3rd one is. Please stop. Okay. No, he's over here still. Where the fuck is the last gen? Oh. Yeah, so we did kind of 3-gen ourselves, which is kind of bad, but... Wait, we blowing? Oh, yes. Oh! Sir! Sir! Come back here, no. I can actually respect this Bubba, actually. I know most people don't like... I know a lot of people don't like Bubbas, but... Hi, Jimenez! Welcome in, bestie! As if! Yeah, his... Okay, so his ping is a lot, but... as if! No! Stop! Please! Look at him! Oh! Okay. That was an interesting game. But I had so much fun. GG's though. Okay, hold on. You were doing a perkless game? But you Girl, you were stressing me out there, low-key. But I had so much fun. I had fun.
Horror. It's here.
I had so much fun. Because I was, like, confused. I was like, what is he doing? So I was like, hold on. I was like, I was trying to figure it out. So I was like, he's not using his power or anything. And I couldn't figure out what the other two was. So I was like, maybe it's just powerless. Maybe he's not using his power intentionally. But you did good. You did really good without using your power. I did have lots of fun. But also I need to switch here for a second because I need to fix my thing. Hold on. I also need to check Discord too. Because I don't know. I need to check my Discord as well. Because okay. Hold on. I just need to fix my clip command really fast. Thanks, you guys. That was another killer out of the way for the specific challenge I'm doing. I do appreciate you for coming in, though, and saying hi. Let's see. Wait, are we ending my Lola? No. I just started. I'm just fixing something, my Raven. I'm just fixing my clip command really quickly because Daisy tried using it and it just wasn't working. So I'm not ending yet. I also had to I had to fix something.
But now you
have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees. W. Yes, this does mean I actually did nurse with this build. You did nurse with this build? Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay. I was like, I just got here. Yeah. Don't worry, Raven. I'm not ending soon. I'm just wait a minute. Oh, here you go. Hi, my Icy. Also, guys, an ad break's about to start soon, so I do apologize. Okay. Lola, tell me why my PC has has been 2 hours away since 4:11. Don't piss me off. I bring me my shit. Oh, at least I'm on hundreds now. Yes, good luck with your challenge, your perkless challenge. Also, I'm gonna test something out real quickly. And then I'm gonna like immediately delete this clip though. So, hold on. I don't know why it's like giving me issues. Okay, there. All right, good luck in your future games as well. Of course. Thank you, Small. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Also, okay, I need to go on Twitch and delete that. Twitch. I need to delete that clip. But thank you so much. Oops. I need to delete this clip. Okay, let's see. Creator dashboard. Content, clips. Delete. Yes. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. I just had to test the clip command, so I just had to test it, but I deleted that clip. So but yeah, but yes. But also, guys, Raven is getting his new PC to soon. Let's see. So if it doesn't come today, Raven, they're probably delayed in the mailing system. So you might get it tomorrow, or by Wednesday at the latest. So also, Raven, show off your emotes, bestie. Show off your emotes. Some of your emotes that you got. I also, guys, I got Raven cute emotes. I'm messy with Lola every day. Girl. Oh! Yeah, it's true. Daisy stays being messy, actually. That's why I always tell Daisy that she hates me, like, all the time. Okay, next match I'm in. Okay. Ooh, I want that Pokemon. Can someone do exclamation point Lola PCG? I want that. I want that Pokemon. I want that Pokemon. If not, I can do it. Actually, I'll just do But yeah, guys, look at Raven's cute frog emotes. Aren't those cute? Use a ball? I did. The regular, if you do regular, aren't they cute? It's a broken key, bestie. Ooh. But yeah, guys, if I need a whip counter, I should make one. I will because I use most of my counters on Nightbot. So, I can add it after this game. Open the window there! Who put that fucking there? Who put that fucking there? I can hear somebody. Do you have a stab gun incoming? Wait, what? Wait, a stab gun what? Oh, do I have one of those emotes? Are you asking, Raven? Are you asking me if I have like a stab or like a gun emote? Myself? Are we seriously tunneling, bro? Are we?
You drink piss. You drink piss. That's
I mean,
what
if
you
you
do.
want to keep tunneling, Bessie, I don't care. If you want to
Assholes.
get me out of the game faster, that's you. That's all you, bro. But I mean, you're gonna just end up losing your gens that way. Bessie, don't unhook me! Girl! Literally unhooks me right in front of the killer, but... I mean, you do have a knife and gun emote, Raven. But I haven't added them into the thingy yet because you don't have, like, enough subs to unlock more emote slots, so I can't, like, just, like, they're in your Discord, but, like, they're not on, like, you can't use them on Twitch yet, if that makes sense. Because, like, you would have to, like, replace, well, actually, I can help you with it later. Because I know, I'm trying to, like, reserve your, like, emote slot, your, like, animated slots for some other ones. Potentially. Oh, there's no more boxes. Oh my god, my GP. Okay, you bitch. Okay, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. But you know what? You tunneled me. It's okay. It's okay. I don't care, because that gives me time to chit-chat with my raiders, so you're good. You might, you know what? He's probably playing nasty because he's probably adapting, so I don't mind. I don't mind at all. I would tunnel you too. Well, I hope you guys... Jay? Oh. Anyways, I'm gonna just ignore Jay, actually. I'm gonna just ignore Jay. Jay's gonna get blocked soon. Jay's gonna get blocked soon. But, for those who don't know who I am, my name's Lola. I'm a variety streamer. Also, Joopy, I actually had you up, by the way. I had you up, girl. So I need to close your tab. I need to close your tab, mama. But for those who don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play DBD, but I also play a lot of other I also play a lot of other games as well. So if you guys are here for that, what Lola needs is to close them legs. You know what, Jay? I'll keep my legs open for Mr. Lola. I'm gonna keep my legs open for Mr. Lola. So I don't need to close my legs. Also, you should be talking about yourself, mama, because you want to know something? Just the other day, you was over here talking about, oh, I'm gonna spread my legs like the well, Mr. Everyone, you mean? Well, no. Well, no. Absolutely not. Anyways, I play a lot of DBD. I also play games like Stardew, Genshin Impact. I also play a lot of Phasmo. I'm getting in my Phasmo era, guys. So on every Thursday night we play Phasmo, and then Friday nights to end the week we do our story games. Right now we're doing a Resident Evil series. And we're on Resident Evil Revelations 2. And also, guys, this is gonna be my last um this is gonna be my last full week of streams, by the way. And then next week I'll be doing one stream, which is gonna be next Monday, because I'm gonna be taking a little hiatus from Twitch. I'm going to be taking a little hiatus from Twitch, but I will still be chit-chatting in other people's chats. The only platform that I will be streaming on from time to time is TikTok, because I do want to grow my platform on other platforms. So I will be on other platforms, and and like TikTok, and I just want to grow elsewhere and just make sure like I grow my platform. But don't worry, I'll still be here on Twitch, like chit-chatting with y'all. I just need a little break from Twitch, that's all. And I'll be coming back. I'll be coming back the like first week of November. And then so I'll be on a little bit of a hiatus. The only day that I'll probably like stream during my hiatus is during Tater's tournament, which is September 20th. And that's the only time that I'll probably ever come out of my hiatus to stream. But other than that, I'm here on Twitch. But I do appreciate you guys choosing me to raid. How was your stream, Juppy? What were you guys doing? Hi, my Eggy. Guys, thank you for redeeming your guys' dailies. Your dailies, by the way. You guys were playing DBD. How was your games? It went well. Just some good old DBD. Ooh, period. Okay. Guys, make sure you claim your dailies, your daily lattes, and your daily attendance. I have two dailies, by the way. I have the daily LMU attendant. As if. That's my like new here we like to be messy. If you guys do exclamation point LMU, we strive to be messy and we strive to keep it classy. If you guys don't know what LMU is, it's Lola Messy University. So if you guys wanna like be an attendee or a student, I am now accepting applications and maybe some potential scholarships for some people. So if y'all want to hit me up. And at LMU, the tuition is cheap, guys. It's like $150. Most schools will charge you like $1,000 max. But yes, girl, you're lucky if I remember to do them. Oh, well, so you hate me, Jay. Got it. Got it. Also, guys, on DVD, I do main Tori and Feng Min. On Survivor, I am a P100 Feng Min main. I also am a P100 Trapper main, and I also main Doctor. So if you guys enjoy those killers or survivors, you come to the right place. I do killer games occasionally here, but you know, I've known Carlos for 2 years, and I only have less than 20 in theirs. Oh, that's crazy. Not the less than 20. Yes, I have. Yeah, those are my mains. And then bonus killers I do like to play are Hag, Artist, Legion, Pig, Plague, and Skull Merchant. I know a lot of people don't like some of those killers, but I love them, and I enjoy playing them as well. As far as Legion goes, the only Legion member that you'll catch me ever playing is as Julie, but I do play Hunk as well. So if you guys are Resident Evil enjoyers, Hunk is my hubby. Hunk is my man. You'll be here? Okay, no worries. Enjoy your foods. What are you eating for dinner? And are you going to share with the class? A springy tab. Oh my god. Alan Wake. Daddy Alan. Hi. Hi, Mo. Girl. Girl. I think some pork chops. Ooh, okay, pork chops. Period. Okay, y'all. I gotta protect my Mo at all costs, y'all. Mo out here gonna get us killed, so I gotta protect my Mo. I gotta protect my Mo out here. Okay, wait, it's my time to shine, Weeklif. Okay. Oh. Damn! Silly rabbit. Okay, I lost sight of him though, so y'all gotta potentially go. What? Girl? She might have a Sabo challenge, but I'm not sure. Mo, if you can come to me, I can heal you. Okay, do the gym though. I'm expecting him to pop out of nowhere. Yeah, that's the thing with stealth killers too. Like, they pop their shit out of nowhere. Oh, he's got this celebration poster. Oh, you fucking bitch. He has Devour. Time to go totem hunting. You know, a lot of people don't bother checking outside, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Let me heal you, Mo. No! Mo, if you just go work on a gen, I can, like, be a distraction for... I could be, the healing person. Oh, hey! Damn. I was an Emmy. Yes, I was adapting. I've done almost 20 adepts in the last 3 days, and Nemesis by far was the only one giving me trouble, so sorry for the tunnel. I was barely able to get it with 1 gen left. Oh, okay, I'm not even mad. Like, I'm not even mad. Like, I figured, because, like, I saw the lethal, and, like, I noticed that you did have lethal, and, like, you had hysteria. So I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that you were just trying to get the adept or something. So I personally, like, don't mind, people tunneling. So you're good. I'm not even mad. I had pretty fun chases though. Like, it was really nice. Um, good luck. Yeah, good luck next. Yeah, I was actually shocked you called adept. Very cool awareness. Yeah, I usually try to just call for, oh. Ooh, wrong way. Nice, good job. But yeah, you know, it's okay. Like, like, I get it. Like, it can be frustrating for a lot of people, but, I try not to take the game too seriously. So, like, genuinely, like, tunneling, like, for sure, like, is obviously, like, a strat, but a lot of people have told me, like, oh, that's not a strategy, that's more like you being, like, you're just saying, like, oh, like, you suck if you, like, or it's a skill issue if you tunnel or whatever, but I'm like, I genuinely don't care. I always tell people, like, a tunnel, like, think of it this way. It's a 1v1 that you never ever finish with a killer, and basically, that's what someone had told me before. Like, they stopped viewing it as tunneling. They just viewed it as a 1v1 that you never finish with a killer, and that's the best way to view it. Especially if you're, like, a newer player. Like, I get, like, a lot of people, like, you know, like, they get upset because they're like, I'm getting tunneled, or even if it's, like, a soft tunnel, like, you know, it's not intentional, but, like, if you want to apply pressure, yeah. But, you know, obviously it's, like, people play differently, so it is what it is. But I try not to take this game too seriously. I get frustrated at times, but I genuinely enjoy playing this game regardless. I don't play it as much as I would like to anymore, just because, like, I'm low-key getting a burnout, so, like, I only just try to play it on stream. But yeah, it's been quite the journey for, like, DVD, to say the least. Also, I need to see how TikTok's doing. I don't know why I don't know why TikTok's been acting up, but TikTok's been acting up tonight, so I might have to end stream early for TikTok. Wait, did TikTok? Wait, I think. Did you know he had NOED? Oh no, I didn't know that he had NOED. I died before the like, right when the gen popped, Mo. So I didn't know that he had NOED. I only knew that he had Devour Hope. And that was it. Mo, can you check to see if I'm still live on TikTok? I don't know if I'm still live on TikTok. Because TikTok's been acting up tonight, so I don't know if I'm still live on there. I'm hoping that I am, but I don't know. Yes, okay. I just want to make sure. Because TikTok's been acting really weird. But I'm gonna take a quick little break real quick. I need to go to the bathroom, and I also, I'm gonna see if I can get, like, some water and, like, a snack, too. So, I will be right back. Oh, did he 4%? Let's go. Okay, Steve. Why is it always me? Steve, please, please. Listen, you need to not smack my pussy like that. You touched me without consent. Okay? You touched me without consent. That's wild. Y'all saw that, right? He touched me. That's crazy. That's crazy. No! No! Stop! I thought I did that. Oh my god. I thought I did really good there. Oh my god. That was insane. That was insane. I distracted you. That's okay. It was a good distraction because I would have gotten distracted regardless because let me tell you, my ADHD brain is ADHD. Like, honestly, I get distracted so much that I'm just like, wait, I'm supposed to do this, but then, like, I'm doing so many side. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Why did I laugh? Why did I laugh so hard? Oh my gosh. Okay, we got to go, bestie. Oh my god. Oh my god, get out of my way. Get out of my way. You freaking piece of grass. Oh my god. Ah! I'm not gonna make it, Rory. I don't know. I'm scared. Okay. Oh no!
Did you not make it? No.
No! I hate that. Moment of truth of me being a P100 trapper, finally. Oh my god.
Oh, naughty. I'm so proud. Bear you've become.
Oh my god. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. We're a P100. See, I cannot heal you there because I'm in. I didn't see the teepee there. Hello? Wait, Scorpion? Wait, how? Shit. Oh. Hello? You didn't tell me? So I have to be electric? You didn't tell me? Fuck! No! I shouldn't have ran that way. Kitten, I blame you. I blame you, Kitten. I blame you.
I hate babies.
Me too. Well, I hate these babies.
You heard it here on stream. You heard it here on stream. Lola hates babies.
You didn't even let me finish. I said I hate
Lola said, I hate babies.
I said I hate these babies.
Someone clip that.
Girl, no. Because you out here trying to catch a case out of No, what? No, why would you turn around? Why would you be here? Why would you know that I was here? Oh my god, now why would you know that I was there? Hello? Please. Oh my god, now I died. I died. I was panicking. Oh my god. Y'all didn't see that? Y'all didn't see that? Y'all did not see that. I hate it here. You're telling me that motherfucker from behind. Okay, guys, I'm back. So sorry. Also, Mo, thank you so much for being here, bestie. I do appreciate it. And thank you for modding as well. Let's see. Unpin. And then, let's see. Okay. And then, I will just keep playing some solo queue. And then, oops. Hold on. I need to, like, double check something really quickly. Okay. And then we're gonna keep playing. Okay. Continue our solo queue adventures. So. La da 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 da. Ooh, I need to reach out to Pluto. Actually, I just remembered from earlier. I've been meaning to like reach out to people, and Pluto was one of them, and I need to reach out to my Pluto. If you see me fighting for my life to... No, you didn't. Wait, what? Raven? Wait, what? Raven? Raven girl, are you okay? Raven girl, are you okay, mama? Girl, those are your words. Wait, are they? When did I say that? Oh, that was when I was like helping you with your like little about me stuff. Okay, I was like, wait, are you okay, Raven? So sorry. I was confused because I was like, girl, you okay? I was like, Mama. I'm like, are you okay, Raven? You good? I'm like, oh, I'm like, oh, sorry. But listen, a Wesker. Guys, I've been getting a lot of variety. But no, I'm not okay. Wait, are you not? DM me, Raven. I'm here. I'm a message away. Do I need to fight somebody, Raven? Do I need to fight someone on your behalf? Bestie? Oh, Meg was here. Can I get an exclamation point, Jen, please? Oh, not the Gabriel being too tough. Hello? Now, it's gonna make me angry. Well, yes. Nice. Is that all you have? Is that all you have? Oh. Bro, I got stuck! Get... No, Meg, please touch a gen. Yeah, thank you. Oh, but I got shrimp and onions and tortillas for Din Din. I love that. I actually have been craving some chicken nuggets today. But it's okay. Like, I personally can wait until Mr. Lola gets home. Hi, Raiders! Hold on, guys. I'm locked in. Stop! Hi, guys. How are y'all doing? How was the stream? How was the stream? How was the stream? Oh, shit. Besties, rap or Jen. Also, dude, I need to, like, keep remembering that you changed your name. I need to remember that you actually changed your name, and now it's Tism King, and I'm like... I always forget that your new name is Tism King, and I'm like... who... I was like, who is this? And then because every time you go live, I was like, who is Tism King? And I'm like, wait, hold on. I'm like, I forgot. It's dude. Come here, Meg. Come here, Meg. Come, here, come. No. No, Meg. I have freaking solidarity. Mars, you know Lola just loves lying. Well, no. I was not lying. I was not lying. Raven, listen. As a CEO and president of LMU, and you're a student at LMU, by the way, you're the one... Now, why would she die after she did all this effort? Well, yes. Also, Raven. Guys, congratulate Raven on getting, like, affiliate and stuff, and having some really cute frog emotes. She does it for attention, Sally? Oh. Of course, my dude. Go get some rest, and thank you for entrusting me with your community. For those who don't know who I am from Dude's community, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play DBD and a lot of other games, but mainly DBD, story games on Friday, and Thursdays are for Faz. Here. But yeah, thank you guys for rating. I do appreciate it. You can use all your other ones too, Raven. They're like... Sadly, I might be dead here. Woo!
Time it's over.
Oh my god! Where did you come? What the fuck, bro? Oh my fucking god! That was crazy. Those are the ones in the recents. Yes, yes. Dude, that Wesker scared the shit out of me at Jack.
If this is what you want,
I'll
I'll embrace it.
Oh my god. Y'all, I Love, 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 love Tori. I'm gonna P100 her soon. Okay, we might have a duo here, maybe a trio, but I don't know. La da da. Oh, also Tater, I know you said you'll be right back, but what time does your tourney start on Sunday, the 20th of next month? I just want to make sure I like wake up on time and stuff because your girl has been a huge ass night owl and I need to revert my schedule to waking up early in the day. You don't have to like respond, but I'm just asking out of curiosity if you're still here. But yeah, your emotes are so cute, my Raven. Also, if you guys are watching on TikTok, I'm also live on... Guys, we got my favorite map today! We finally... Is that a fucking clown? No. A clown with fucking corrupt, bro? Joopy, where the fuck are you, girl? Come get your husband. Girl, this fuck-ass man. I love this map, but not this killer. Okay, to be fair, I don't hate Clown. I just don't love Clown. Clown is just one of those killers that I'm kind of just like, you're an existing killer to me, but you're gay? Wait, the command word was what? Oh, accessibility. Exclamation point, accessibility. ACCESSIBILTY. I think I can't spell. I'm fighting for my life over here trying to spell. Oh, welcome back, Peter. I was just wondering what time your tourney starts. On the 20th of next month. 9 a.m. ET? So you want me to wake up at the crack of dawn? That's like 6 a.m. for me, girl. Oh. Okay, so that just means I have to wake up right as fuck. You want me to wake up at the crack of dawn, mama? I'll start it at 11 and make sure you aren't first. Okay, thank you, girl, because I'm like... Just make sure I'm not, like, first. You can put me, like, towards the end. Okay. Can someone do exclamation point blow? Sorry. Okay, well, is Nia... Okay. Oh, you bitch. You're a bitch and a half. Okay, Nia, you gotta... Okay, I'm gonna get her first, actually. Because Babes is about to go second, and... Oh, you fuck-ass man. One of y'all better get Nia, please. Thank you. What's that one? It's just whenever I, like, blow up a skill check and miss. Oh, I don't have one for that, Raven. I used a lot of resources, but I had to do what I had to do. No, I really want chicken nuggets. Wait, I can or cannot? Ooh, okay. Get Raven sharing, guys. Being all sweet. Okay, we gotta remember he has friends, and Nia is... Nia needs to hide in a locker. Y'all, I blame... We need to do an upstairs gen. We need to do an upstairs generator. They're gay! They're gay! We love our gays. Oh, also... Y'all, I'm so excited. Oh! I'm not excited to see you, sir, but... Hey, right. I love my LGBTQ baddies. R.I.P. Yunjin. Okay. I want to go back on this gen. I don't know where the Nia is. Oh, fuck. How did you know? How did you know, Bessie? How did you know? Oh my god! You fucking clown! Please! Sir, I just got raided and you need to piss off, okay? Okay. Okay? Okay. Okay, Yunjin finishes that gen. But welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, guys. For those who don't know who I am, my name is Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I'm very chill, very demure, but people call me very messy in a respectful way. Respectful, very demure, very chaotic. And every... Get out of here! Bro, please. Okay. We're very chill. We're very demure here. Very chill. Very, we also love being problematic. No, Nia, no. Are we chill? Listen, Admiral, you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth, Admiral. We are chill. Y'all, don't mind my mod Admiral. My mod Admiral is very messy. But if you guys want to do exclamation point LMU, it'll let you know that we're very messy here. Yes, feel free to raid and run. Thank you for entrusting me with your community. But yes, thank you for the raid. And also, I'm very lurker friendly, chat. So if you guys want to like lurk and stuff, feel free, but no pressure. And look, 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 look. No, look, no, 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 no. Oh, you want the 4K? That bad? Oh, as if. Yes, guys, make sure you guys get your guys' dailies, by the way. I have 2 daily redeems, one for LMU attendance and one for the daily logins for your daily lattes. So you can attend school while drinking your latte. And also thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I do appreciate that. And also thank you guys a lot for the raids tonight. I've been getting so much love today. Guys, my last full week of streaming before my my hiatus on Twitch has been very, very nice. And it's the start of the week. It's Monday. It's Monday. We love Mondays. And all that other good stuff. So I hope you guys are all doing well. And thank you guys for just being here regardless. Oh, thank you, Nat. Thank you, Bestie. I'm gonna just go work on a gen. I do want this Mia to like get hatch. Cause I like just don't want to like stay in this match anymore, but cause like I just want her to get hatch and like go, you know, but I also want to just get a gen done, so I don't think this clown knew what I was like pointing at, like about like his like little toolbox about because like he's got like the little rainbow toolbox, and I was like, we love our allies, so I don't think he knew that like I was pointing at it instead of like wanting to be hooked. Also, guys, if you guys are on the Purple app, I'm also live on TikTok as well. So if you guys want to view over there for ad-free viewing, I'm also there. What? I don't know where Nia is. I don't know where she's at, Bessie. I have no idea. I just want to get this gen done. I just want to get this gen done. I don't want to be here as much as you don't want to be here. So, I'm not sure where, I don't know where Bessie's hiding. How did he know? Should I get her, or what? Can I go? Don't throw that at me. What? Can I go? Oh, yeah, you want me to get her? Okay, I'll get her. What? Don't throw it at me! Okay, I'll go get her. Nia, come on, girl. We gotta go. Come on, Bessie. I won't leave you. I just wasn't sure if he wanted me to get her. Here, come here, come here. Yeah, come here, this way. Oh, at least he was nice in the end. Come here. Come. Come. Thank you, Mr. Clown. But, you know, to be honest, can I be honest? I wasn't sure if he was gonna let me get her because I know some killers won't let you get the unhook at in game, so I just wasn't sure. GG's. Good luck next. But yeah, I felt bad.
I'm not supposed to be here.
I'm not supposed to be here. I love her. I love her. Okay, let's see. What time is it? I got a couple more hours of stream, so... Why does it feel like later than normal? But I don't know. I guess this is like my morning routine, I guess. For me, this is my morning, guys. I've been a overnight gremlin. And oh, 2 Leons. Last game we had 2 Yunjins, and now we have 2 Leons. Okay. La da da. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Guys, you know Mr. Lola is gonna make some dinner later. He's gonna make rice with steamed veggies, and we're also gonna have popcorn chicken with that as well. Oh, we all spawned together. Not me judging them. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna cleanse some totems because a lot of the last couple of killers that we've had have been bringing like Noah and stuff, so it's a bing bong. Guys, we've been getting a lot of variety tonight. This actually makes me very happy. Bing bong. Also, Raven, are you still here? I know you said that you wanted a couple of sound alerts. You gotta message me which ones so that way I can help you with those. Deadlock, rude. Oh, hey, hey. Oh, not him breaking my back. Oh, he's going for the tunnel. I don't know why Yunjin didn't, like, take a hit for him. Now he's Death Hook, and we're at 4 duns now. Oh! La da 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 da. Girl, get off my back. Oh, okay. Well, you don't want to chase me? That's fine. Oh, oh, oh. He doesn't... Bam Bam! He doesn't want me, bro. Okay, well, I'll just stay focused over here, then. That poor Leon, bro. Both of these poor Leons, like, are, like, going through it. Like, they got... Well, the first one, Loki got tunneled. And then, like, the second one is, like, getting kind of tunneled. And then Yunjin hasn't taken, like, a hook or a down for them, so... I've been trying to take chase for them, but I'm like, I don't know. So he's got Deadlock, Bam Bam, and I don't know what else. Lola, I'm feeling messy. I'm gonna send you a message. Oh! Okay, I got you. I'm gonna check after this game. Oh, that poor baby. That poor baby. Wait. Okay. Wait, are you gonna send it on Discord or through text? Oh, this poor Leon. Oh. Send you a... Oh, sent you a Twitch Whisper? Okay. Hi, babes. Oh! Y'all didn't see that. Okay, let me check it now, actually. Oh. Okay, let me respond to that after this theater, because girl, I, yeah. I'm gonna send you a Twitch whisper, bestie. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna respond back to you. Let's pretend I got a flashlight save. Let's just pretend. Oh. Okay, bye. Bye, engine. Oh. Yeah, and I'm gonna give you your name and I'm gonna give you their name and everything, because girl, it was really messy. Why doesn't he want to chase me? I don't get it. See, I love me some Wraith, but I'm like, why don't you want to chase me, girl? See, he's literally going after my teammates and not me. Like, I'm literally injured. I'm just a girl. Literally. Bro, I'm watching TV and now I'm crying. Raven, do you want me to, like... Girl, are you okay? As if. Hi, my Ryan. Does he have nurses calling? Ew. I don't understand why this man does not want to chase me. Hi. Oh, girl. Nah, cause fuck that. Why are you doing that? Oh. Please. That was funny. No, girl. Stop. Oh my god. LMAO. GG's. He did have nurses. Oh, and he had to biffle too. Okay. That's why he was a little fast. Oh, also, let me respond to that, let me respond to your Twitch whisper, Tater.
It's here.
Hi, how are you?
GG's. Rape. Okay. Listen, I can talk about those dead hards from earlier. Because your girl whipped twice and I just stood there and ate it. Because I was like, there's no way. There's no way. This man was not going to chase me. And I flopped my... Trust, I normally can hit my dead hards and stuff, but I just flopped all of it. But you did so good. I love Brave.
Don't
I
mess up.
I really love Wraith. Oh, let me ready up. But yeah. Also, welcome in, Evil. Welcome, welcome. And, GG's and good luck to you in your next games. La da 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 da. I'm a baby, my Lola. Raven, if you need to vent or anything, my DMs are always open, and 2, I do have a venting space in my Discord, so you can utilize that channel if you'd like. I have an area for you for people to vent and stuff, so if you ever need to, like, vent on something, feel free. Feel free to vent, but, like, no pressure. Another springy tap, ooh, okay. I've been enjoying no, I'm just watching the show and I'm crying. Girl, okay, go get you some tissues, mama. Go get you some tissues. Mindbreaker. Y'all didn't see that. It was Tater's fault, even though Tater's not in the game. There was an open area? Okay, pain res. And some ice cream. I think I'm on my man period. Oh! You know, that's a mood. That is a whole ass mood. Okay, well, Alita is kind of close, but we do need gems done, though. No, Thalita, do the gen. Go get Steve. Okay, well, at least he doesn't tunnel, so. Taking it slow. You and your fuck-ass resurgence. don't have anything to, like, help him, but, I mean... Damn, I thought he wouldn't see me, but... Listen, I may make some questionable decisions, but... But bestie... Also, my ping is horrible, by the way. A little bit. Y'all better go get Steve. Hello? Are you kidding me? Neither of y'all got Steve. Okay. That poor thing. I think Steve also just gave up. Bam bam. What? Bro, how did you do that? Excuse me? No, that was so good. That was so good. Oh my god, that was actually really good. I wasn't even looking behind me or anything. was actually really good.
I won't be a sacrifice.
Victoria girl, you have been a sacrifice, mama. Let's play as Michaela. Actually, what build do I want to put on her? Yeah, let's play as Michaela. Ooh, I need to put some blood points into my secret P100, actually, and doctor. But I think I'm gonna save up like my blood points just for the new killer and survivor tomorrow. A whole PC lobby, actually. Oh my god. Are these new bottles for Phasma? Oh, well, I don't know, girl. But also they are updating the prison map on Phasmo, actually. So, I don't know when the next update is for Phasmo, but, that's what I heard. But I'm excited. I'm actually excited for the new prison map because I've been wanting to check it out, so I'm gonna go check it out when the update comes for it. So this killer is gay. Oh my god. W gay. W gay. W pride flag. W gay. Well, yes. And it's a Jason too. I haven't seen a Jason in a minute.
Hi, how are you?
GG, Grun! Wait, is it Grungu? Grungu? Gay Jason, well, yes. Hi, my J-Jo. Jason Derulo. Oh my god. But yeah, GG's, Springtrap. Dude, that shot that you, hit at the truck and stuff, that was really good, actually. I was freaking out. Yeah, that was so good. Because I was not expecting that at all. Because, like, when you did that, I was just as in shock. I was like, hold on. I was like, there's no way that you did that, but nothing is impossible. This might be an all-hex Jason, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not gonna, like, bother with the totems, though. The only perk that I know he has is Ruin. And I don't want to, like, have to cleanse the totems because of potential... Claudie? Oh, I got stuck there. He might just have the Ruin, but I'm not 100% because I saw 2 gold totems, so I don't know. Babes, if you could just unhook me, he's not here. You're good. But also, Admiral, can you shout out... can you shout out Jadro? And Ryan? Ryan, I don't remember. Do you stream, girl? Do you stream? I'm pretty sure you do, right? If... No, girl? Oh. Okay, well, I'll just cleanse this. Mama! Not you lying. What is that? Why does it say that you were last seen playing Dead by Daylight? In March. Oh, well, you're still a streamer, girl. You're still a streamer. Mama over here lying saying I'm not a streamer, girl. Over here talking about I'm not a streamer. Mama, goodbye. Of course. W Ruin. Oh my god, y'all, he didn't see me. Y'all, W me. I mean, I've been thinking about it, but I doubt anytime soon. No, that's fair, Mama. I mean, you don't have to stream, like, super frequently. Are we literally not gonna go for the unhook? Hello? Okay, well, I'm gonna go get this unhook because y'all just didn't want to get this man. Or Claudie. Okay, that one's done. Also, I don't even know if I'm following you, my Ryan, but I will, after this match, I will drop you a follow. Even if you don't stream that often, I will drop you a follow anyway. I love you, my Ryan. Da, 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 da. Y'all, I'm a professional stealther. Hello? Okay, stealth queen. We're stealthing, we're stealthing. Oh, stealther? Oh, yes. Now, not so much, but you know, the 2 times that we did stealth, it was great. It was a glorious 45 seconds? Well, yes. Stop! Please, how did you know that I was there? I'm just kidding, you heard me. You heard me from like a mile away. Also, y'all, who's excited? Oh. Well, Bessie, it's up to you to get the unhook. Oh my god, you stupid! Okay. No. Sorry, you're not stupid. I just wanted my skill check and you kind of ruined it. Sorry, I called you stupid and I didn't mean to. We're very chill. Well, yes. I hate it here. Please. See, if Vittorio didn't move, I would have gotten his heal off. And he would have been able to finish my heal with solidarity, but he just got scared, I guess. GG's. Y'all. Okay. Let's play as Arella.
Where am I?
Okay, let's play as Arella. And let's just go in it to win it with Miss Arella. Also, y'all, I've been craving a lot of sweet things, like ice cream and chocolate. I've just been craving a lot of sweet and spicy things. Also, guys, I'm going to TwitchCon in November, so I'm excited. I think 2 of the days, like Friday and Sunday, like we'll like explore a little bit, and then I think like Sunday, like we'll explore a little bit and then leave, and then like probably leave by Monday, but I'm not sure. It just depends on like Mr. Lola. And then Saturday we'll be at like the event, and I might stream. I don't know if we'll like make a vlog or anything. But I might stream, I might not. We'll see. But yeah, I'm very excited because I'm gonna be playing. I'm gonna be at TwitchCon for the first time. I'm scared and nervous. I'm scared and nervous. So if you guys are going to TwitchCon this year in November, and you guys see me, feel free to say hi to me. I am so excited to go. Especially for it being my first time. But yeah, I'm so excited. Feel free to teabag Lola. That's crazy. That's crazy, Admiral. That's actually very wild of you to say, personally, but that's just me. Body block her at you. Oh, that's crazy. Not you telling people to body block me and everything. That's actually insane.
Stay alive. All of you.
Oh. Oh. Mama, I kind of forgot you had voice lines for a second. I was like, who's talking in my ear? And I forgot. And Oni, this is kind of the wrong build for me to have. I kind of wish that I had my anti-tunnel build, but this is also a really... What was hearing voices again? Listen, Admiral. But this actually might be very good. And they're gay! They're fellow gay. Is stream the same time tomorrow? Yes. Unless I decide to... I'm gonna try, like, a fixed schedule, like, when I come back. Like, it'll be the same days, but, like, it'll be very fixed. It'll be, like, a very fixed schedule, so, like, instead of, like, just putting set times, like, I might just, like, be on a fixed schedule, so, like, I'll stream, like, random times. He picks up late. You know, every time I see an Ashley J. Williams, I always think of Camel and I'm like, you work all day, so you gotta keep the streak? Okay. Also, guys, ads are starting soon, so I do apologize. Is he tunneling her? Okay. I need V to come to me. So that... I need V to come to me. I need to heal her. But she's also getting chased as well. This is a very bad map for Oni. This poor V. That hit? There's nothing here for me. By the way, I almost spent my points. Oh my god. He has darkness revealed. He has darkness revealed. He knows where they're at. Ash, please don't stand there, bestie. Maybe not. Maybe he has ultimate weapon. I'm not sure. Either darkness revealed or ultimate weapon. He does have Floods of Rage, so...
Hook isn't rusted.
Not Floods of Rage. He does have, Gift of Pain, I should say. Sorry. Wrong perk. This poor V got tunneled out immediately at 3 gems. Where is a gen when I need one? Oh! No, where is a gen? What is even a gen, by the way? I don't even know what a gen is. Fucking hell, bro. You do have ultimate weapon. You might have both Darkness Revealed and Ultimate Weapon, but I'm not 100% sure. Now, I don't know where you are, Ash. Oh, here you are. Please don't hit me. Oh! That might have just saved my life. Oh! That might have just saved my life, guys. No, Ash. I might as well save both of our lives in this moment.
It's going to be all right. You'll be up and running in no time.
Come on, girl. Babes, heal me. Fun me. Girl, did you just... I don't know if she gave up. I don't know if this girl just gave up. Leave Princess Fang alone. No! She's just there! I'll have you know she's a cousin. Well, no! She's not... Do not claim her! Has a P100 Feng Min main? I will not claim this one. I will not claim her. Get her. Because I think she either gave up or was AFK. Because she was not AFK that whole time. She was not AFK that whole time. I am so sorry, Ash. I don't blame you. Fine, you can't have her. Yeah, I'm not claiming her. Because she spent the rest of the match AFK. And I'm like, me and Ash were trying to fight for our lives. And I'm like, no, girl. Like, wait. Am I deaf? Is it over here? Oh. I feel so bad. See, Fang immediately left after... He did have ultimate weapon, and he had Blood Warden too. Jeez. Yeah, she spent the rest of that game AFK just to not heal me. Like, girl. Because she had Will Make It, Resurgence, Balance, and Windows. Fang gave you Hatch. No, she did not. I don't claim her. I will never ever claim. Like, she could have been doing a gen. Like, no. No. Like, fake Fang, listen. Oh wait, oh. Also, y'all, I've been developing like rashes and like very dry skin. La da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh my god. I don't remember the last time that I got this map.
Let's try to not lose any
Corrupt.
blood.
Girl, why are you pointing at me? Watch it be a Myers. Oh my god. Every time I get this map, Lola, the show made me cry again. Why? Okay, Raven, why do you keep watching that show? First of all, girl, turn that show off. Turn that show off if you keep crying. See, I fear it's gonna be a Michael. No, it's not a Michael, actually. It's an Amanda. Babes, let me unhook you. Oh my gosh, my Kevin! My favorite slurred.
Let's get you healed. Fuck out of here.
My favorite slurred. Welcome in, Raider. Mama, why did you come back? Girl, you weren't supposed to see me heal over there, okay? Just please. I was freaking out. Okay. Oh my god. Anyways. Welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. Stop! Why are you giving me a heart attack? Okay. Babes, y'all didn't see what happened. Y'all didn't see what happened there. Stop it. Y'all didn't see what happened, actually. Yeah, I just, you know, cut the cameras and stuff. Leon! You? Admiral, now you're so messy for that. No, she's coming. Okay, Funya still had endurance. They should still all be able to see me. So I can heal them, but I'm like, she's been on one. He might have nurses calling, actually. This poor Fangy Poo, actually. This Amanda is keeping us on our toes. But, like I was trying to introduce myself, my name's Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight, but on Thursdays we play Phasmo. And on Fridays we do story games as well. Fridays we do story games. Right now we're doing Resident Evil Revelations 2 on Friday. And then yeah, Monday through Wednesday we're usually doing DVD. But sometimes I'll occasionally throw in like a cozy day as well. Like for okay. Oh, I was like, I know I'm not deaf. I'm like, I heard a gem. Occasionally, like, we'll play, like, Genshin or Stardew or something, on a rare occasion, so, but other than that, yeah, I hope your guys' streams, were well. Your stream was well, my Kevin. What were you guys playing? What were you guys up to? This pig has been rudely interrupting my vibe. Because I've just been trying to... Aw, thanks, they were pretty good. DVD. Ooh, okay. Okay, period. Oh, you got that lunge add-on. Hold on. I'm over here just trying to fight for my life. Oh my gosh, my girlfriend! Oh my god! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, guys. Yes, thank you, Kevin! Thank you! Hi, guys! Well... Oh my god. I was trying to not... I feel bad. I was trying to get Ada, but I didn't know she was still on me. Yes, welcome in, guys. Like I was introducing myself to Kevin, and his Raiders. I am Lola. I main a lot of, here, bestie. I will off myself for you, okay? Oh! Bessie! Okay, this Leon better not come get me. Okay, I will off myself for Leon. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight. Thursdays are Phasmo days, and then Fridays are my story days. And then... Oh, I'm supposed to be giving myself up for Leon. My bad. Oh, well, he is coming this way, so I don't know. Oh.
I hope that hook isn't rusted.
You want heals, Leon, or no? No, Leon, let me heal you, bestie. Oh my god. No! Stop! Okay, well, I'll abandon. Because she wanted the 4K, so I'll abandon. Jeez. But yeah, this is I was telling everyone earlier that this is gonna be like my last full week of streams, and then on Monday of next week will be my last stream for a couple of months. Just because I want to take some time off of Twitch, but I will still be streaming on TikTok occasionally here and there. But next month I will be a part of a Dead by Daylight tournament. So I will I will probably be live on Twitch then during my like time off, but I just needed some time to myself and stuff. But yeah, and then yeah. Lola hates us. No, I did not say that. Y'all don't listen to Admiral. Admiral is lying. Admiral is a liar who lies. But yeah, I do appreciate you guys for being here and whatever. And and rating me, and I do appreciate all the rates tonight actually. And if I miss anybody for saying hello and stuff, I'm so sorry. Like there was a lot of chat that was happening, but I do appreciate you guys, and thank you guys for the follows and stuff as well. One of us speaks the only truth. The other is Lola. Oh, so you're calling me a liar who lies. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, go follow Girl Afraid and go follow Kevin and everyone else who rated me. You guys better follow them. And also, to answer your question, Girl Afraid DVD is going good. We've been getting a lot of variety of different killers. Also, the new chapter releases tomorrow, so I'm excited for the new killer and survivor. She's amazing. They're both amazing, actually. So I'm very excited for the new chapter tomorrow. And I know that I think if I heard correctly, they're going to bring back Chaos Shuffles soon. And they're also going to bring back 2v8 at some point. So yeah, I saw early access from a streamer. It looks cool. Yes. It looks really fun. So I'm very excited to, like just tune in, play tomorrow. Or I'm pretty sure a lot of people are excited for tomorrow, but I'm really excited because I feel like I didn't get a lot of practice in against the new killer. So, I'm super excited, actually. But how was your stream? I saw that you were playing some Palia. Did you play anything else, Girl Afraid? And also, if anyone from any of the raids tonight have to, like, lurk or raid and run or anything, like, feel free. I totally understand that if you guys don't want to raid and run. I totally understand if you guys don't want to, like, chit chat or anything. It's late for a lot of people. So I do appreciate you guys just being here and showing me some love and hanging out and whatnot. Also, we're live on TikTok as well. So if you guys are on the purple app and you guys want to transition over, feel free to tune in for that as well. But yeah, I appreciate all of you guys for just tuning in. I played Junimakar and passed it 4 times, and then Palia was so lost on it. Yeah, I heard that there was like a new update recently for Palia. I wish I can get into Palia. I wish I can get into Palia like that. Hi, my Lola. I love you. I love you, my cutest. Hi, my cutest. How are you, my cutest? But yeah, I really want to get into Palia, but I just feel like I can't. Well, watch Survival of the Thickest.
All of you.
It might be a Wesker. It's GG's. you have a date tomorrow, my cutest? Ooh, okay, he's coming this way. He's that way. He's that way. Ooh, okay. Okay, my cutest. That's exciting. But I'm doing pretty good. You know, I think something's in the air because I have been struggling to sleep these days. But just because of my insomnia. What? There was a man! Now there's not! Yes, well, why would a man be there? Let's see. Oh! Listen, I knew that wouldn't work, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. Oh. Hello? Okay, but why would you drop me? That has got to go. World. Yes, I know. Exactly. But like, I thought you would leave me up here. Like, why? Like, do you not know where the stairs are? I'm just saying, I've got questions for this Wesker, but I'm like, do you not know where the... Hello? Can't you see hook arm? I know, I'm like, hello? Can you not... You know, maybe he's new. I'm just gonna say, give him the benefit of the doubt, and maybe he's new. Maybe he's new to Killer, or like new to playing DBD, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna just crawl over here. Cause like, he literally just tried to go into rooms, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe he's just new to playing Killer. And he's just not used to... I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna give him the benefit of the doubt of being new. Oh. Because there's no way that you See, and he was able... Maybe he just didn't know. How to get downstairs. Maybe that's my conclusion. But I don't know. I don't know. The world may never know. Girl, he seems to be pretty good with that power. I don't know, Mama. Kate and Feng should be able to see me. So I want to heal. Because I want to heal them, but I'm like, I don't think they know that I have empathic. Okay, babes, let's go. Come here, Maria. Come here, girl. Maria, come here. Come here, babes. I got empath. Come. Here. How are the matches? The matches are pretty good, my Mo. Overall, pretty good. We've been getting a lot of variety. I had a couple of spring traps earlier. We do need to get some gens done, I hear. Oh, fuck you.
Do you actually think you could defeat me?
Well, yes! But, you know, we won't talk about that, babes. We won't talk about how... You know, I'm starting to think that he's not new. I wish Kate would just come down here so I can heal her, but... He's got pop or turn back the clock. I feel like it's giving a handful of hours, yeah. Or at least even if he's new, he probably had a lot of practice in customs. Probably. With friends. But that's just what it's giving right now. I want to kill Kate. Okay, so Kate's over there.
Stupid hook. I need you to stop.
Hi, Breezy. I don't know if I said hi to you when you first entered the chat, but if I didn't, hello. Shit. Wait, Breezy, you stream? And I didn't even know? Okay, besties, we got this. We got this. Oh. Okay, well, I guess... Wait, I have a med kit. Whoops. Wait, hold on. Let me... Sorry, I had to check Discord. Sorry. Oh, he had a Mori.
Is all I can spare to play the game.
Oh. Wow, I thought he was gonna do the slow turn, but he didn't. I was expecting the slow turn, but you know, I don't think he has headphones, guys. He did not care about your tambourine, right? I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh, okay. It's just me and the gate. Y'all, I'm very hoping that this can go down on cooldown a lot faster, but... I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he... Y'all, if I off myself for Kate and I try to play the tambourine, I will try to do the tambourine for Kate, for him, and then I'll off myself for Kate, and then hoping that she can get out. Okay, that's my plan. He did not care. He said, no, girl. Not after that's done. Oh, let me just... No, Kate. No, no, mama.
You saved my life.
Not you saying she saved your life and then... Girl! Not that.
Feels like a full moon night.
Okay,
It's gonna be bliss.
I'll probably do this game and one more game. After this. And then we'll raid out. Oh wait, you want me to wait, Mo? I can wait. I can wait. Lola, if it's a ghosty, can you use the tambourine? Well, I don't think I've gotten a single ghosty today, but... Oh. Hello? Wait, someone else try to... Who is Kratos Shido? Who's that? Who's this? Who's Kratos Shido? Who's this? And we're friends, but I don't want to accept unless you're in chat. I don't want to accept. If you're in chat, let me know, because I don't remember who this is. I only know Mo and Admiral. I don't know who this is. I don't want to accept, and then I don't know who it is. Hi, Yogi. As if. I don't know who this person is, and they're wanting to join my party. And I did add them as a friend, but I do have them as a friend, but I don't remember ever playing with them. I don't remember ever playing with them. So I'm gonna just play with the three of us. So I'll do this game and next game. Oh, it's okay, Mo. Admiral usually gets tunneled. You're booting? Okay, wait. Let me unready so that way you can join us, Raven. But it's okay. It's okay, Mo. Admiral is usually the one that gets tunneled. So I think that you'll be fine. I think that you'll be fine. La da 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 da. Hi, my Shez. How are you, my Shez? Oh, as if. Hi, my Pluto. Oh, I need to fix the image file. Hold on. I need to fix the image file for my coffee. I need to... Where is it? Wait. Okay, hold on. I found it. I was about to say, I'm like, I need to fix my little image thingy for my coffee. My coffee. Okay, wait, let me test it. Let me test the freaking Because it didn't show. It didn't show. Okay, there you go. I fixed the image. Yeah. Y'all, guess what? Pluto said that he loved me today, which is surprising because normally Pluto says that he hates me, and I know he does.
You are now one of my elite employees.
Oh my gosh. Ooh, okay, 5-stream streak. Okay. Also, can we get a shout out for Shez as well? Guys, Shez is a wonderful creator, and I love my Shez. If you guys can't, I could never hate you, my Lola. Well, that's not what Admiral told me. Admiral told me that you hated me. And so did Raven. Can I do them as VIP? Yes. So VIPs can give shoutouts, my Raven. VIPs can also give shoutouts as well. Hang on, don't drag me into this. That's what you said earlier, Admiral. You told me that Pluto hated me. So you will be dragged into this. You literally told me earlier, if Pluto comes in, he's gonna hate you. And I was like, that's crazy, because he told me that earlier. And then now he's trying to say that he loves me now. First off, untrue. Secondly, ready up. I was waiting. Okay, well, if you were listening, Admiral, I was waiting for Raven. So, there. So, there. So, you're saying that you hate Raven and you don't want Raven to join. So, you're basically saying that you hate Raven because you didn't want Raven to join. Just say that you hate Raven. That's okay. We know. I tend to tune out streamer. Oh, that's crazy. I had to go to sleep since I have class. I just want to stop by and say hello. Oh, well, just say you hate it here, Admiral. Not Admiral. Just say you hate it here, Pluto, and you just didn't want to skip class to stay here. So. Can someone tuck Pluto to bed, even though Pluto said that he hates it here? Not too much on baby. Listen, all the much on baby, okay? Because Pluto literally said that he hated it here. Because he didn't want to be messy. He didn't want to be messy. Stay here and be messy. So he said I'm gonna like just hang out here for a little bit and then chat for a little bit and then I'm gonna leave. So Ryan, why are we defending a messy individual? AKA Pluto. But then again, you're also messy, my Ryan. Just saying. I mean, who said that? I mean, who said that? Because, girl... Did y'all hear that sound alert for the gifted sub? Did y'all hear it? Did y'all hear that? Please tell me y'all heard that. I added a couple of new sound redeems and kept some of the same stuff. I think for the okay, so for the mass gifted subs that our Mo did earlier, it's a Pokemon Trap remix, and then some other ones are like, I think like it's like Hello Kitty themed, and um there's also one with, I had to look at them. I had to look at them again. But guys, I'm gonna have to protect the president for all of you.
Hydration is the key to performance.
Ooh, thank you for the hydrate, Yogi. Thank you. I just took a sip of coffee, but I can drink some water too.
Let's try to not lose any blood.
Oh. Oh, not y'all surrounded me. Hello? Okay, let me... Okay. Now y'all go get on a jet. Imagine if we did get a ghost face. Sorry, babe. Sorry. I'm trying to keep it down. Damn it! Y'all... I hate this man so much. Now, Girl Afraid, if you're still here, please come get your husband. Girl Afraid, calling Girl Afraid to the front, please. Girl Afraid, please come to the front and come get your man, aka Michael Myers. Y'all, I had a clown earlier, literally like like a few minutes after Joopy raided me, and Joopy wasn't even here to watch me play against a clown.
Stupid hook.
Not first. Literally. You got lucky. See? You got lucky.
I would have been dead without you.
He's got friends, by the way, guys, so be careful. He's got friends. Okay, I'm gonna go for heals, guys, so just let me do my heals, and then because I have autodidact, so let me go for heals and stuff, okay? If I don't die. Now, if you don't... Let's go over here. Come here. Coming back to say goodnight and wish you the best of the games. Oh, thank you, Pisces. Can someone tuck Pisces into bed? If not, I can do it. Do your TC, I adore you. I adore you. And thank you for being here, my Pisces. Okay, I got the save, guys, so don't worry. Of course, good night. Here, come here, bestie. Let me heal you. Oh, he's got Nemesis, by the way. Nemesis and friends. Oh, let me... Okay, my Mo, I'm gonna heal you.
You won't die on my watch.
Ooh, I'm exposed. I got stuck. Hello? Guys, go ahead in the locker. Never mind. No, my Mo. My controller malfunctioned. Oh! Wait, don't unhook me yet, Raven. Hold on. Okay, yeah, you're good.
Guess I'm off the
Okay,
hook.
come here. Raven! Raven! Girl! Okay, go work on a gen, Raven. Go, 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 go. It wouldn't let me pull the pallet. Dang. Killer using power toxic. I know. He moried you? Dang. Here, let me like off myself for Raven, and then I could like off myself for Raven. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Guys, he likes it. He likes it. I might live. I might live. No, I said offer. I'll offer myself for Raven, the killer, but he likes me. So, Raven, you're on your own, bestie. Sorry. Oh my god! Oh, wait. I wanted him to get more points. I love him. Oh. Hello? He was so sweet. I love him. Also, Raven, I'm gonna offer myself for you. GG's. Art. They did have an obsession build. Oh my god. W. We love him. Yes. Yeah, hold on.
Talked about this place.
Also, did it do a double clip? Because I know...
When all things wicked.
I know... Okay. Okay, yeah. I don't think it did the double clip. Oh, I wanted Myers Mori. Oh. Girl, I was gonna offer myself for you, and then you said no. And I was like, oh. Mo! Oh my god, Mo. Girl, I just saw what you did in Discord. Thank you, Mama. Look, you tamborined him, so I was like, stab me. Ow. Also, for some reason, I'm not seeing any of the chats on TikTok if anyone's typing there, so I do apologize if you guys are typing and I can't see them for some odd reason. Just in case you guys were typing over there, but... Wait, Ryan, do you want to join us? Do you want to join us, my Ryan, or no? Be honest. Respectfully, no. I'm returning to my hiatus. Oh! Oh, also... Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to make a whip command from earlier when I faced an enemy, and I forgot to do that. Let me go into Nightbot, actually. Okay. With... Okay, let me also test this out in chat. Okay. Okay, cool. So that whip counter is from the Nemi game earlier. So I need to add it to, oh, wait, shoot. I need to add it to, like, my counters. Also, okay. Oh, also, wait. Oh! Mo? Where do you think you're going, Mama? Get back here. Get back here, girl. Ryan made me... Oh! Excuse me? Oh. Oh. Let me just screenshot that real quick. Let me just screenshot. Like Finding Nemo? Oh. Oh, girl. Not that. Well, interesting. Well, I'm done with you. Oh. 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 I mean, also, okay, I know I said this was going to be my LG, but I might do one more game, actually. Actually, no, this is going to be LG, guys. No, what if it's a killer that I don't like? Okay, maybe LG.
Okay, let's try to stick together.
Another Wesker, bro. And normally I love Weskers, but I'm like, I've gotten like 4 in a row. Oh, not y'all all getting injured. Well, Raven, come to me. You should see you should see my aura. Do the check. I think he's being nice. Oh, is he?
Let's get you healed and then get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. Well, Cheryl should be able to see my aura, so she can like come for me to me for heals. So Cheryl, baby, why are you following? Oh, okay, I guess he's being friendly, so I'll just... He's got trail. And Thana. Cheryl, baby, I need you to come to me for heals, bestie. I want you to get healed. Yeah, okay, so this one doesn't count. because he's farming. So, but I do love me a Wesker though. Oh, and they're trans. I love that. Hold on. I want him to like come to me. Where is he? Oh, Wesker. Wesker, I want to play the tambourine for you. I don't know where this man is. Girl, what is your problem? Admiral? Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Ryan. Ryan, enjoy your 1 month at free viewing. Good night, Admiral. Thank you for the gift subs tonight. I appreciate that. I think Cheryl wants to off herself. But I'm like, girl, I don't think he wants to off you. Like, I think he's just being friendly at this point. Like, I get it. This might be a boring game for you, Cheryl, but mama. Let me go pick up Raven, actually. Yeah, this is not LG. Okay, Raven, we're gonna be escaping. Let's go. I think the other door's, yeah, the other door's this way. Come on, Raven. Go, go. I'm gonna get this chest really fast. Huh? Well, I thought you just didn't. I thought. Never mind.
A lot of things are happening. I need you to stay focused.
Cheryl, baby, you need to go. You need to go. Cheryl, he's not when I... Thank you. Thank you, Wesker. Thank you for hitting her out the door. I think she wanted the Mori, but I'm like, I don't know if that was... I'm so sorry, Cheryl. And I took her medkit. Not me taking her medkit.
How did I end up here?
Ooh. The fighting at the exit gate? Girl, right. Okay, so this is gonna be for real LG. This is gonna be my for real LG, guys. Yes, I did see you loop for a little bit, my Raven. Yes, yes. Oh, sorry. Oh. No, LG. My Ryan? Mama, girl, this is not going to be a 24-hour stream. What are you talking about? Ryan, I went 30 minutes over. I went 30 minutes over asking Mama. Okay? So, you should be lucky that I'm actually going overtime. Just 30 more minutes. Ryan, girl, this match might take 30 minutes. That's another game and an LG. Girl, not that. Aside, I won't force you. Oh. Y'all just want me to keep playing. Y'all just want me to keep playing. Oh my god, another Cheryl. What if this is the same Cheryl from last game?
What has happened to me? Where am I?
Can't blame the girl for crying. Oh. Well, yes. Wait. Is it not? Oh, okay. Okay, because I mean... Oh, no. The other one was a default. The other one was a default. But, But also, guys... I'm gonna look for someone to raid, actually. And I think I know who I'm gonna raid after this. And they're, yeah, I know who I'm gonna raid after this, actually. And I don't think I've ever gotten to raid into them before, so let me just double check to see how long they've been on for. Okay, so oh, we're not raiding anytime soon, Bestie. Oh, why? Lola has to say we're not raiding anytime soon. Okay, fine. I guess I'll do a couple more games. Okay. I guess I'll do a couple more games. Corrupt? I know you can't see names, but the last one was Axolotl. Oh, okay. Oh, can I get an accessibility, the accessibility command, please? If anyone wants to... Oh, it's with the E, accessibility. ACCESSEBILIT. Yeah. Thank you, my Mo. Or a Raven, sorry. I love you, my Mo. Thank God I didn't bring my healing build for this. Rolling check? No rolling. Ooh, nice, nice. You hit your red stain. Okay, let's try not to insta-cleanse constantly, by the way, because you're gonna give her power that way. So let's not try to instant cleanse, Raven. Oh, both of you are at 140. Try not to instant cleanse against her. Because you can give her, like, she can go to her fountains, and you can give her power that way. I'm saving, I'm saving. So she's got Thana, Corrupt, Intervention, Infectious, and Thana. Come over here, Raven. Here, get on the side. Here, get on the side. Come here. Come on, get on the side. Nice. Dang. She hit her with stain. She's really good. She's going to that gen, Mo. Oh, both of you are really far. Thank you. Oh, and then can you do the dead hard one again, Mo? Because I did it 2 times already. Thank you, thank you. Okay, go get Mo. Raven. Raven, go get Mo. Go get Mo. Okay, I know... I don't want to... I know it's not good to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway, so, I'd say just go get Mo, Raven. Damn. Okay. Not the Mori. Dang. OMG, I had DS. Oh my god. What I would have done was, like, go in the locker. But I think she would have expected you to have it. So... I'm just gonna, like, touch totems and stuff. It's just me and you, Cheryl. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, and then... I know, isn't that so crazy, my Mo? She actually gave me back shots a little bit earlier because I teabagged her a little bit, and I think she got upset with that. And I shouldn't have teabagged. I do apologize. Shit, this one has sickness on it. Raven, do you have Habitat Shack still? I think you do. Oh, she's got horrible ping. Wow, she didn't Mori. It didn't. Oh, not. Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh, and she left. I know she's freaking mad. I know she's freaking mad. I know she's probably pissed off. She's probably like, "Oh my god, you still got Hatch." He's sick. I know. Okay, this right here is for real LG. That plague match did not count, actually. I think she DC'd before Hatch. Wait, did she? Wait, did she really? Wait, let me actually like, oh, let me actually rewatch that clip actually. Hold on. Because there's no way. The screen went black. Hold on. Let me rewatch that clip. Wait. OMG, yes, she did. Because my avatar, like, literally was covering the DC. Y'all, that's sick. That's sickening. Okay. We actually made her DC. Oh my god. She's screaming, crying, throwing up. Oh. And that's on period. That's on period. Y'all. She did not want me to leave. She literally, and you know what's funny is that's why she hooked the Cheryl, because she didn't want me to get Hatch. And I was like, oh, interesting. That was funny. Okay, this is for real LG, guys. And then we're gonna go raid out to somebody. Because the person I was originally gonna raid, the person that I was originally gonna raid did end up raiding, so I'm gonna find somebody else to raid. And let's see. Oh.
We're gonna make it, Nancy.
We're gonna make it, Nancy. Oh, also, guys, would you... Okay, Mama, I'm about to pass out, hella tired. I'll keep you up on my PC. Thank you, my Jay. Thank you, thank you. You know what? I think I know who I'm gonna read. Yeah, okay. But also, guys, guys, I might start playing Overwatch. But I'm hella scared to play. Oh! Jay? Mama? No, you're not... Yes, I know, Nancy, yes. Also, I might have to stream... I might have to play with, mouse and keyboard. Now... I mean, I played Overwatch before. I just haven't played it since. IDK, what perks do... Mama, I don't know. What perks do you have? I'm gonna have to let you cook up in basement my... Nancy perks and Bond. Okay, well, which Nancy perks? Do you have all of Nancy perks, or which ones do you have? Wait, what? Who are you? Are you... Wait, who are you playing? First of all. Oh, you're playing Nancy. The way... Okay, I'm gonna have to just work some magic here and hope for the best. You hate it here? I know, I do too. Especially against a trapper. Dwight's gonna have to go get you, babes. So, okay, so inner strength. He's got iron grasp, Agi. He's got a backpack build. Oh, babes. Well, all of y'all are dead as hell. Okay, so inner strength requires you to heal in a locker after cleansing a totem, and I don't know what her other perks are. I forget what her other perks are. Well, if he's gonna hook everyone in shack, then I'm dead as hell too. And I don't have a key. I need to, like, cleanse a totem so that way, like, I don't get the AFK crows. I don't think he has Starstruck. He doesn't have Mad Grit, so he might have, like, Noed, Agi, Iron Grasp, and one other perk. Can I get an exclamation point DS and exclamation point Dead Hard? Oh, poor Dwight. What? Is he literally standing in a corner? What? What did I do? Okay. Bestie, we're gonna have to... I made him go on timeout! Guys, I made this trapper go on timeout. Guys, I made this trapper go on timeout. I feel... Girl. Okay, actually, let's go just do gems, my Mo. Let's just do gems. I made him go on timeout. No, oh, and he's moving? Oh. Steve? Oh. Oh, I thought you died. Girl, the way that I thought you switched to Steve Harrington. Oh, I think Steve was trying to offer himself to just... You know, this whole time, Mo, I thought you were Steve. What? What? I think he wants out. Come. Because, like, I don't think Steve wants to do 3 gems with me. I'm crying. I know. I'm pretty sure that Steve wants to get out just as much as I do. Oh! Can I get an exclamation point blow? Y'all, I made this trapper go on timeout, and I think I made him like me. I think I made him like me. Honestly, I would just go stand on a trap. I mean, true, but, like, I also want my points. Like... If only the Steve would have just probably died, I would have gotten, like, hatch already, but I don't know. Like, I didn't want to leave him slugged. Because he was, like, slugged for the whole game. So I was like, and I kept thinking that you were the Steve. So I was like, do you not have your accounts connected, Mo? I thought you would have, like, had them connected. Like, in, like, DVD, like, you can connect your, you can sync your, like, you can sync your, like, to get your characters, like, it's cross-platform. To get your other characters. Yeah, I do, but I'm working on Dwight. Oh, okay. She's just playing beat. Okay. I was like, hold on. I was like, did you not do it? Oh. Well, let me just finish this gen for points, and then I'll go... Well... Wait, is Trap in here? Oh. Thank you, Trapper. Thank you, thank you. Jeez. He had LB and Rapid. Interesting. No one brought a flashlight, though. Who is this? Okay, so better together, inner strength. Okay, hold on.
This wasn't what was supposed to happen.
Nancy. Okay, so better together. So while you're repairing a generator, survivors see that generator's aura. Whenever the killer downs a survivor, you see the aura of all survivors for 30 seconds. So basically, they'll see the gen that you're working on. And then if a killer downs a survivor, you see the aura. It's basically kind of like empathy / bond. You basically see the aura of other people. And then fixated, it just makes you see your own scratch marks, and you gain 20% haste while walking. And then inner strength, you just cleanse a totem. You just hide in a locker for 8 seconds, but you have to make sure you do it while you're not broken. So I'd say if you want like a, like, I'd say like cool, if you wanted, you would do like Iron Will, Inner Strength. You can also do Deja, and then like maybe, and then Bond. And then if you wanted to do like Fixated, I'd say like do like Fixated, Dramaturgy, Ghost Notes, and then like Vigil maybe, but I don't know. That's just me. And then better together. I don't really know what perks you would pair that with, but I don't really care. You don't have Iron Will, then level up Jake. I'd say level up Jake for sure. Yes, Guy. I went over asking because people, I won't say names, but some people wanted me to go over asking. So I went a whole hour over asking, basically. And I was going to end like 30 minutes ago, but we had a plague match and then we ended on Trapper. So I was like, it's fine. They chat basically bullied me into doing a full hour. And we ended up making the plague DC, and then I was like, okay, like we could just do one more game. And then let's see, who can we rate? Okay, do you guys want to rate out to like a new bestie, or do you guys want to rate out to do you guys want to rate out to a new bestie, or do you guys want to rate out to someone familiar? Oh, also, guys, make sure you guys copy and paste the raid messages. If you guys are not subbed, copy and paste the first one where the girl's sipping tea. If you're not subbed, If you guys are subbed, you can copy and paste the ones with my emotes. But let me know if you guys want to rate someone who's like familiar, like a familiar someone, or like a new bestie. Let me know in chat. Surprise us. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna go raid someone who's doing a partner push. Hexy, you always come in at the wrong time, mama. Girl, not you coming here calling me a flop. Anyways, here is my socials, guys. So if you guys want to follow me on my social media, there they are. And then also, if you guys want to join the Discord, feel free to join if you'd like. And then also, I'm going to put in the raid messages one more time. I do appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you for my mods for modding. Thank you to all the raiders for coming in tonight. I do appreciate you guys for coming in and saying hello. Thank you to Mo for all the gifted. Thank you to Admiral for all the gifted tonight. I do appreciate you. And also, yo, CJ, I don't know if you're still here, girl, but thank you so much for the stream streak earlier. I do appreciate that. I don't know how I missed that, but thank you so much. Chat was going by so fast, and I'm so sorry. I do appreciate you though. Thank you so much. And we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid Hey It's Kate. Raid Hey, I need to spell their name right. Hey It's Kate. They are partner pushing, and they're also playing Dead by Daylight as well. They're playing Survivor. So if you guys want to tune in for that, feel free. And I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be playing DBD for the new chapter tomorrow. So if you guys want to tune in for that and hang out and like play with me for that, if you guys want to play with me, feel free. Like I said, thank you to Ghoul Afraid, Kevin, Joopy, Pisces, and Dude for the raids today. I truly, truly appreciate it a lot. I just want you guys to know that I'm truly grateful for everything. And I just want to remind everybody that this is my last full week of streams. And then next week, I'm going to be doing one stream. I'll be making more announcements in Discord. But yeah. Thank you guys so much. We love you very so much. Oh, thank you, Sunny. I appreciate you. I love you guys very much. And like I said, I will be streaming on TikTok like every so often to just grow on like my other platforms. And I'll be back on Twitch early November, and then I'll also be streaming here on Twitch on September 20th for Tater's tournament. But other than that, I'm going to stick to my hiatus for a couple months. So, if you guys want to follow me on my TikTok journey, feel free. It's the same name as Twitch, Lola Latte with 2 A's. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.